Please occupy the stage.
So once again, good morning everyone. Now you're nearer. Okay, so before we start with anything, let's begin with God. I'm going to invite Father Fornida, S.J., our A.J.U spiritual director, to come and give us the opening prayer.
So, good morning, everyone. Let's begin with a word of prayer. So we begin in the name of the Father and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God our Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we thank you for this important workshop we're having today. We thank you for creating us as women and men so that we can be co-creators with you. We thank you for creating us, male and female, physically different, but spiritually the same as creatures made in your image and likeness. It is this that makes us human with a divine intrinsic dignity and worth. However, sadly, we know that throughout history, this equal dignity has not been respected. There have been patriarchal societies and institutions which have controlled and dominated women, treating them as second-class citizens. Women have been subjected to physical, sexual, psychological, and spiritual abuse. Lord God, this was the case in the culture and world in which you revealed yourself to us in Jesus Christ. Women were confined to bearing children, rearing them, and caring for the home, with little public status and authority. But you, Lord Jesus, changed all this by according women a divine role and dignity. Your Mother Mary was the first one to hear the good news of your incarnation from the angel Gabriel. One can say that she was the first evangelist by bearing this good news, our Savior, in her womb and bringing him into the world. And she was faithful to this mission to the end. At the foot of the cross, you gave her, as the mother of John, the symbol of the believing community, and Mary to be his mother. Throughout your public ministry, you had women like Martha and Mary Magdalene as your faithful disciples. You showed your respect and love for women by curing them, like the woman with a hemorrhage, forgiving them and restoring their dignity, like the woman in Simon the Pharisee's house. It was women who were the first witnesses of your resurrection, and they brought this good news to the apostles. And you, the risen Christ, appeared to Mary Magdalene to show that you had risen from the dead and call us all to resurrection and to be a new creation. We pray that you will be with us today and to shine your light upon us, so that we might identify any form of gender discrimination that still persists in our country, and to find ways of eliminating it, so that we all, men and women alike, may bring your kingdom to Zimbabwe, a kingdom of love, of peace, of truth and justice. We ask all this in the name of Jesus, our Lord and our Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Father Fornida. I hope you are joining us for the rest of the event. So officially, since we have had the opening prayer, welcome to the Women's Conference, themed Women Empowerment through Knowledge, Resources, and Solidarity. I would love to welcome you all, but before, may we please have the national anthem from the choir.
Good morning. May we please all rise for the national anthem.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Welcome again to our Women's Conference. And it is the first time that we've had it at Arrupe. I'm just going to ask those who are at the back to come in, take your seats. Welcome, a warm welcome to you. So, I'm going to go through the protocol. I want to see smiling faces. Thank you so much for bracing us with your presence. Now, this is not in any particular order, but I'm going to go through the protocol. Please give me time. I've got almost 2 pages here, so I'll go through it as fast as possible. Okay. So, we'd like to give a warm thanks to Father Chiomo Mosu, who is our rector at Arrupe Jesuit University. We also would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Stephen Buckland. We also want to thank University Registrar and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Administration and Finance, who is Dr. Thomas Mbatna. We want to thank our financial officer, who is Father Trifon Isanko, our librarian, Miss Mildred Gwangu, school deans, directors of schools, Professor Makuru, Father Obiadaga, Dr. Kaulem, Mr. Machelezi, Dr. Isaac Matello, Director, Quality Assurance, Research, Innovation, and Commercialization, Dr. Prudence Kadebu, Deputy Director, Research, Innovation, and Commercialization, Mr. A.J.U, Director for the Center for African Studies, Father Dominic Savio, S.J., the Dean of Students, Coordinators of Programs and Centers, Father Fornida, S.J., our Spiritual Director, Ms. Thelma Chiromba, President of AJUSA, our guest of honor, Chido Govere, Women, Founder of the Future of Hope, Zimbabwe, and Future of Hope, Belgium. Ms. Doreen Nyamukapa from UNDP, Mr. Chiboza, Ministry of Women Affairs, Ms. Gladys Chibanda, Vice President, Internet Society, Ms. Berita Saranji, Gender for Men, Mr. Amos Muraga, GZI, Dr. Amos Muyambo from the University of Zimbabwe, Dr. Abel Matsika from Arrupe Jesuit University, Engineer Tererai Maposa, Director of LADS, Nyaradzo, Mom Angelica Mukurongo, OCD Trust, Ms. Deborah Maraire, Client Relationship Manager from CABS, the Women Coalition, Miss Melody ICAZ, We Can, Ms. Sharon Maoluka, Digital Skills, Ms. Nyasha Serimani, GZI, Tofara L. Chokera, Tofara Online, Lucia Mushedu, Safety and Us Trust, Ruwembo Mukonowe Shoro, TNE Education, Zimbabwe National Association of the Deaf, Elevate Trust, Gross Care, Dr. Divine Lukula from Securico, Zimbabwe Priest Project, Zim Papers, Superintendent Mutema Victim Friendly System, Melissa Chasi, Pop-Up Restaurant, Mr. Innocent Chingarande, Chasi Maguze, Legal Practice, A.J.U, Ladies of Virtue, A.J.U, Women's Conference Organizing Committee, Student Association Leadership from the Catholic University of Zimbabwe, and Arrupe Jesuit University. This was a mouthful, but thank you so much. Let's give each other a round of applause there. So before I leave, I'm going to call upon Dr. Prudence Kadebu, who is the Deputy Director in the Department of Research, Innovation and Commercialization, and she's going to give us an introduction of the conference. So welcome, Prudence.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure which one is working here. Okay. I think I'll use this one. Okay, who's excited to be here? I know. The women that I know, they just show that there are women here. Who's excited to be here? Yes, the ululations, yeah. Thank you very much for coming. To our esteemed Acting Vice Chancellor, Dr. Stephen Buckland, to the Director of DRIC, Dr. Isaac Mutelo, to our partners, participants, our presenters and guests representing academia, civil society, government, and underrepresented groups who are here. We welcome you to this event, our 2025 Women's Conference. We are gathered here today under this very powerful banner, Women Empowerment Through Knowledge, Resources, and Solidarity. This conference is strategically positioned to align with the global campaign for 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. This annual movement officially commences on November 25, International Day of No Violence Against Women, and concludes on December 10th, International Human Rights Day. Our collaborative goal, reflected in the poster campaign, is to unite to end gender-based violence. Someone might ask you why we are having this event today. Today is 21 November. It's not within the 16 days. We have exams that are starting next week, so we decided to have this more as a precursor to these 16 days of activism, hence having it today. The necessity of this gathering is urgent. GBV remains a global pandemic, impacting 1 in 3 women who experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, according to WHO. In Zimbabwe and across the region, structural inequalities persist, heightening women's vulnerability. These challenges manifest in unequal access to education, finance, health, and leadership opportunities. For instance, the 2025 National Digital Literacy and Digital Skills Assessment report from POTRAS, which was done by POTRAS and MSU, it highlights a concerning gender gap, showing a digital literacy index of 34.7% for females against 39.7% for males. These structural gaps, coupled with patriarchal norms, economic exclusion, weak legal frameworks, and cultural silence, drive the prevalence of gender-based violence. I'm just thinking, while I'm standing here, if someone has never heard of the Cyber and Data Protection Act, I think for a woman, you are going to be spying on your husband's phone. You want to understand, or to know his PIN, so that when you have time, when he's not looking, you get into his phone and you start scrolling, getting into his WhatsApp. But guess what? What happens? You are going to see what will hurt you. You are going to be bashed afterwards because you are going to confront him, and everything starts from there. So if someone is empowered to know that there is a Cyber and Data Protection Act, which actually says you cannot do exactly what I've just explained, it means that person will know better to guard their own heart and start doing mabinda uko ekuti tiite mari anditi. Our response to these challenges must be collaborative and cross-sectoral. Hence, bringing together women in the environment. We are calling them women in the environment because we are drawing from diverse fields. We have here accountants, we have here engineers, we have here people coming from different NGOs representing women, advocacy groups. We have people from the ZRP, we have people from different spaces. So we are just saying we are all women in the environment. We are women who are coming together so that we share stories, so that we transfer knowledge to each other and empower each other. Over the course of today, we will be focusing on empowerment through personal development, mentorship, resource mobilization, and the vital sharing of experiences. We aim to equip over 200 females with practical skills, including financial literacy, digital skills, innovation, and networking opportunities. Our discussions are mapped to the SDGs, and we will explore critical sub-themes such as economic empowerment covered under SDG 1 and 8, gender equality SDG 5, innovation and infrastructure SDG 9. We also have people coming from various spaces in the tech space. We are also looking at peace, justice, strong institutions, reducing inequalities, many different discussions. Importantly, we are focused on tangible action rather than mere talk. We aim to produce a conference report outlining priority actions and policy recommendations for institutional and national gender strategies. Furthermore, we plan to build a multi-sector resource network to fund and mentor at least 30 participant-led projects post-conference, hoping that we can all come together to achieve that goal. Today, we have a platform for building skills for the future, to foster supportive communities, and to emphasize collaboration among women. I'm excited today because the leadership here at Arrupe, I know most people understand that Arrupe is very male-dominated, but we have leadership that is very supportive, leadership that would like to see women thriving, doing more, going, pushing boundaries and going beyond our imaginations. As we begin this essential conversation on knowledge, resources, and solidarity, I encourage every participant to engage fully. Thank you very much.
Research, Innovation, and Commercialization. And he's going to give opening remarks, okay? So please come up, Dr. Mutelo, and introduce our key speaker.
Guest of honor, Ms. Chido, Govere, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, students, friends of Arrupe Jesuit University. Good morning, everyone. Sambonani nonke. Muli bwanji monse. Muli shani mkwai. It is with great honor and pride that I welcome you all to the 2025 A.J.U Women Empowerment and Sustainable Development Goals Conference here at Arrupe Jesuit University. Today, my dear friends, colleagues, we gather not only for dialogue, but to ignite Transformation that empowers women, inspires young people, and strengthens our shared commitment to justice, dignity, and sustainable development. As someone who considers myself as a feminist theologian and a feminist philosopher, I understand the importance of this conference. And therefore, I am worthy to stand before you and welcome you all because I am female or feminist at heart. Yes. This day, my dear friends, is historic for many reasons. This is the first ever women's conference hosted by A.J.U. A round of applause, please. It is therefore a milestone that reflects our deepening commitment to gender equality and integral human development. It is also the first time A.J.U. has collaborated with such an exceptional and diverse network of organizations, many of them. As you heard when Ms. Wakatamu was reading out the protocol. And we are humbled by the trust each of you has placed in us. We warmly welcome representatives from organizations and partners. We also sincerely thank and welcome our conference sponsors whose support has made this ambitious event possible. To A.J.U. staff and faculty, thank you for your leadership and teamwork. To our students, who are here at least, your presence is especially appreciated. Even as you prepare for your examinations, you have shown and you have chosen to invest your time in learning, engaging, and transformation. This is how leaders are formed, and not only through study, but through active participation in the conversations that shape our world. We also welcome students and delegates from other universities, colleges, and institutions who will enrich this gathering with perspectives from diverse angles and also across the country and the region. And with a deep appreciation, we welcome in a very, very special way our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Ms. Chido Govere, whose extraordinary story and global impact continue to inspire hope, innovation, and empowerment across Africa and beyond. Today's program, therefore, invites us to listen, to reflect, and to act. Together, let us imagine a Zimbabwe and an Africa where every woman and girl is empowered to rise, to lead, and to shape her own destiny. Let this be a day of inspiration, courage, and new beginnings. And to everyone here, I say, Taku gamuchirai mose, nemaoko maviri. Not with one hand, but with both hands. To you all, we say, siyakwamukela nonke. Takulandilani nonse, mwaise ni mkwai. Karibu sana. Feel at home and welcome to this women's conference. I will now take over as MC just for this moment and invite our choir to lead us in a song or something exciting, something new. May we give them a big round of applause as they prepare themselves.
Hi, I had to walk across the room to get the mic. I'm sorry. Yo, how are you guys doing? Thank you for wearing purple and black. I love it for you guys. I'll be just by the corner here. Yes. Guys, smile at me so that I'm not shy. Because if you look at me seriously, I will be shy. Keep smiling so that I'm not shy. Do you want me on stage or on the ground? Okay. Oh, so you're saying I'm short? It's fine. Discriminate me on this day. Hey, now you're all looking at me.
Jesu, Ndodana dzira Jesu, pandino kundikana Ndodana Jesu, Jesu, ndoshevedzera Jesu, pandino omerwa Ndodana Jesu. Handingakwanise kutakura ndega, handikwanise. Handingakwanise mitoro yacho inorema. Handingakwanise kutakura ndega, handikwanise. Handingakwanise mitoro yacho inorema. Anondichengeta baba, 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 rambai muchichengeta, muchichengeta. You are the vine, we are your branches. Hatingazvigone tiri tega baba. Tingadone, tikaita tega tingadone. You have never left the righteous forsaken. Ndodana dzira, Ndodana dzira zita renyu Mwari we. Jesu, Ndodana dzira Jesu, pandino mewa Ndodana Jesu.
Thank you. Bye.
Now I would like to call upon Yamiko. He's going to give us spoken word about an African child and how to handle difficulties as an African child. Thank you.
One, two, okay. Okay, I'm very sorry. I've changed the stage. Now the stage is here. Just listen. All I want is for you to listen. That's the whole story behind this. I believe the African child is a true dreamer. He is a true holder of faith and a true believer in growth and change. Engraved in this child are the stories, the gifts, and the hope of his forefathers who fought, but for what did they win? For even now, the African child has no right to speak. I believe the African child is a dreamer. We are dreamers. And we are the African child. He holds with all his heart the silent prayers of abereke yake, and they say to him, Mwana wanga, iweyo ndiyo chikhulupiriro changa. Ndipo ngati dziko lingasinthe, idzakhala chifukwa cha iwe. Ndiwe msati wanga. The African child has been to all over the world and has fought for the many others he has lived with, but has never had anyone fighting for him. I guess this is what the African child truly is. He's a true giver. He has given up his land, he has given up his people, he has given up his freedom. All but for what? For even now, the African child has no right to speak. You are the African child. We are the African child. And as the African child, we are true dreamers. And as the African child, we have the faith. We have the strength. We have been blessed with the wisdom. And as the African child, and as the children of Africa, this is our time to speak. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yanni. Over to Mr. Mtelo to have the honor of addressing our keynote addresser. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Theo Machiromba, Ajusa President. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed guest of honor and keynote speaker, Ms. Chido Govere. She is a Zimbabwean-born social entrepreneur, farmer, and advocate for women's empowerment and food security. Founder of the Future of Hope Foundation, Zimbabwe, and Future of Hope, VZW, Belgium, with over 20 years of experience pioneering sustainable mushroom farming and integrated food and production system. She is recognized globally for leveraging fungi culture. Very interesting. Yes, indigenous knowledge and creative partnerships with art and science to address poverty, biodiversity loss, and climate resilience. She is a National Geographic Explorer for the 2025 Wayfinder Award, World Economic Forum Young Global Leader Alumni and recipient of the Tauberg SNF Eliasson Global Leadership Prize. May we give her a round of applause before I continue? Yes. Therefore, her life story itself is a remarkable resilience. Orphaned at a young age, she transformed leadership into a global mission, inspiring communities across Africa and around the world. Through her innovative initiatives, she has empowered countless individuals through sustainable agriculture, as I've mentioned already, pioneering techniques in mushroom farming. I would like to try that. I will see you for extra lessons. Yes. Using coffee grounds and other waste products, fostering economic independence and driving community transformation. Globally, Ms. Govere is celebrated as a powerful voice for innovation, resilience, and above all, hope. She truly embodies the spirit of empowerment. Her work has reached over 1,000 women in communities in Zimbabwe, Congo, Ghana, Cameroon, Tanzania, South Africa, as well as other countries in Europe and as well as Australia. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Ms. Chido Govere, for the keynote address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this important event. It's especially important to me because I think activism against gender-based violence is important every day, not only during the 16 days of activism. A long introduction about me has been given, but I will go more for the very simple, very tangible story that I believe represents the plight of many women in the societies where we live. Before becoming the global leader, before becoming the explorer, and before becoming the Future of Hope Foundation founder, I was also just an ordinary girl in a village. I became an orphan, yes, when I was 7 years old. And I was living in Maringe. Now, when you hear Maringe, you already know. Their children get married very young. Their children are valued, especially girl children, are valued in terms of how many cattle the head of the homestead, the head of the household, can acquire from them. At that young age, I had to learn to take care of myself. I had to be exposed to different forms of abuse, which are very typical to be experienced by orphaned women in our society. Looking for food was very difficult. I lived every day with the threat that if I went to look for food and I came back home late, I would be chased out of the homestead and go to look for my father. As a woman, I did not belong on the side of the family where I grew up, which is my mother's side of the family. The vulnerability that my mother endured, being a girl, that she does not belong there, she doesn't own land there, was immediately passed on to me when I was born. And when she was gone, I was constantly reminded that I do not belong here. And for that reason, it is critical that we fight against gender-based violence, because we are born into it. From the moment we arrive in this world as women, it is right there. It is not spoken. It does not start to exist the moment we are punched in the face. It is there quietly. The foundation where it sits is these kind of subtle messages that are constantly reminding you that because your mother didn't belong as a woman, you also don't belong. You're continuously not knowing really what is the foundation on which you stand. And so when we talk about gender-based violence, and for me especially, it is important that we talk also about the foundation where it is built and that we do something to address that. Moving from the threat of being sent away, of not having a place to call home, when I was 8, I had to stop going to school, focus full time on getting food so I can be home on time to not be chased away. When I was 10, I was to be married off so that I can have ease of putting food on the table. The only way I could leave my village was if I was married, because the one who was responsible for the homestead would not allow for me to just go and look for a job. Because if I left and go to look for a job, I would not be able to come back and give him the kettle that he hoped to receive. So it was better that they get the kettle when I was 10, and then I can go and figure out what I do. An offer to marry was presented. I refused, luckily, because I was taking care of my grandmother and my younger brother, who was 2 years younger than me. And when I refused, it was clearly communicated to me at the age of 10 that I was on my own. Thanks to women from the United Methodist Church at Maringe High School, there was there a certain Loveness Zengeni, who was responsible in my community for taking note of all orphans and old people in the community. And somehow I had gotten my name on that list. When she received an invitation from Africa University to bring forward 15 young girls that would go and learn to farm mushrooms, she immediately included my name on that list. And because she included my name on that list, she had to come and negotiate with my uncle to get permission for me to go and attend that training. When she came and she sat talking to my uncle, somewhere around Bemiwa village there, my uncle bluntly said to her, "This girl cannot leave this village. Because what if she doesn't come back?" And the question, what if she doesn't come back, is not really about me. It's about, well, if she doesn't come back, then I don't grab my cows. Loveness, as a woman who was and is still committed to creating opportunities for other women, even in the village where she is, she said to my uncle, "Sekuru, I will go with her. If she doesn't come back, I also don't come back." And because Loveness did that for me, I was able to go and attend the training. It was 1 week of training, just like almost the 1 week of training we are doing right now in Christenbank. There I learned to farm mushrooms, fungi culture, the interesting discipline. I'd never heard about farming mushrooms before. I had foraged for mushrooms with my grandmother, who was almost 100 years old. She couldn't see. I would walk her into the forest, sit her under a tree. I gathered different types of mushrooms, put them in front of her, and she would identify them so we could have food. And so the culture of eating mushrooms was there, but the knowledge that mushrooms could be cultivated was not there. However, when I arrived at Africa University and started learning about farming mushrooms, I was mind blown, because I could take from the stories of my grandmother to the science that they were explaining, and I could put that together, and I made my own story out of it. I came back to my village, I farmed mushrooms, I sold mushrooms, and for the first time, I could go to Maringe clinic and buy myself clothes. We had some bit of money that was put aside, and it was used to pay school for other orphans, to pay school fees for other orphans in my community. But also looking at mushroom farming itself, it was using agriculture waste. Waste that was the only thing I had in abundance, because I could access it from other people's fields, I could access it from my own field, and I didn't really need to pay anything to get it. I started a whole process of reflecting on what is this opportunity for me? And I wanted to learn more about mushroom farming. And luckily, I got the opportunity just to do that. At 12, I was invited to go to Africa University to continue farming and selling mushrooms at Africa University. And again, another woman had to come and sit and negotiate with my uncle. And in that time, my uncle said, "But if she goes, who is going to take care of her grandmother?" And my grandmother was his mother. And even when I repeat this story to myself now, I'm a little bit beside myself. So another woman was there for me again, negotiating, and agreed with my uncle, say, when she goes, she will be paid every month. When she gets paid every month, she will prioritize putting money on the side to come and take care of her grandmother. And he said, yeah, well, the money for millimil or salt and sugar that she gives to her grandmother, that's between her and her grandmother. She needs to pay to me in cash. So when she comes to bring the sugar and the millimil to her grandmother, she needs to bring this much cash also to me. An amount was decided, and I went to Africa University. I grew and sold mushrooms, and over a period of about 3.5 years, I paid for my freedom in little bits and pieces to my uncle. After I finished paying that amount of money, I was able to go back to school. I went back to school at OCD Secondary School. It was the only school that I could get into without having done my grade 7 exam. But in the time I was at the university, I had learned how to present my mushroom selling story, and I could do it with an amount of confidence that I could not have been able to cultivate in the village. So when I went to school, I also brought that confidence with me, knowing that I can. I am not the little girl that was only good for marriage in my village, but I have been to the university, I had interacted with different people, so I had a bit more confidence in myself. And with that, I finished my matric at OCD Secondary School, and it was already clear to me what I wanted to do with my life. I decided to stop with formal education, and I went directly into educating people about mushroom farming. I decided I want to be a student of life, a student of practice. And so I traveled around the world teaching about mushrooms, presenting my dream of how I want to work to empower women and girls that are going through the same circumstances like I was, to make sure that they can take their freedom and control their own lives and become the change agents that our world needs. I wanted to be like Loveness, who stood up for me. I wanted to be like Lady Number 2, who enabled me to go to Africa University and to continue my exploration with mushrooms. I traveled around the world teaching about mushroom farming in a time when people thought it's not possible for mushroom farming to work in villages. And I said, it worked for me, and I shall make it work for other communities. Fast forward, after impacting about 1,000 people around the world, I thought to myself, I want to go back home and do this my own way. So I came back and I created the Future of Hope Foundation in 2013. And for me, the goal was simple. How do we cultivate hope? How do we give people the strength, especially women and girls, how do we give them the strength for them to be able to start dismantling this foundation on which gender-based violence thrives? Poverty, not having control, is a foundation that holds gender-based violence together. Continuously being made to feel like you're not worth anything is that foundation. How do we start cultivating self-worth? How do we start cultivating capacities for people to lead dignified lives? And I decided for me, I would do this one mushroom at a time. Since the Future of Hope Foundation was started, today we are proud to say in Zimbabwe, we've reached more than 10,000 households and training them to farm mushrooms in places as far as Mbire, Hurungwe, Mzarabani, Nyami. If you go to decide where I come from, we impact communities as far as Chipinge, Chimanimani, and we are on a mission to use this opportunity of using waste, of using mushrooms, to show people that we are not worth nothing. We are implementing right now, even in Belgium, the same program with mushrooms, where the message is, nothing is waste. Women are powerful. And with mushrooms, we are working to cultivate talent, to cultivate capacities for people to stand up and to help themselves. But what I learned to understand in all this journey is that empowering women to dismantle the foundation that helps gender-based violence to thrive. It is not a one-time thing. It is not a responsibility of one organization. It is not an activity we should reserve for one time period in the year or to be spoken about only at a conference. It is something that each and every one of us should be involved with on a daily basis. It is women standing up for other women, and maybe sometimes in the simplest way of just giving a guarantee to another, like in the case with my uncle. It is also us all rallying the men in our lives to stand with us and to fight with us to ensure that we can start valuing each other in the way that we should as humans. We should start embracing the real essence of Ubuntu, where we are saying, yes, our patriarchal society has told us that we are a little bit less, but the essence of Ubuntu is that actually there's no one who's more important than the other. We need each other. We need to get strong and to be empowered together. We need to be empowered to know how to be together in ways that help our societies to thrive. And so, to be here today for me is very critical, and I want to commit to join the Arrupe in helping to make sure that not only do we empower 200 women, but more, because we need to reach as many women and girls as possible. It's a matter of urgency. And as the Future of Hope Foundation, whether here in Zimbabwe or in Belgium, we are committed to work with any organization where our skills can be meaningful. We are open to invite, as soon as possible, a group of women to train and to work with them, and to offer any kind of support that we can to ensure that together we can create a world where gender-based violence does not exist. Thank you very much.
Let's give another round of applause to Ms. Govere for empowering all of us about the severity of what women are going through, especially young girls out there, early marriages, child pregnancies. So it's a very critical issue as well. So right now I'm going to call upon Ms. Hope Masike, who's going to give us a bit of entertainment as we digest the information that we received. So let's give her a round of applause. applause, guys. She did well. She did well. I think she might recruit me as well. We'll talk later. Okay, so now we're gonna give everyone just a 10-minute break because we're behind schedule. So you just go behind, grab your cup, grab your tea, and then everyone comes back so that we continue with the schedule. So it's strictly 10 minutes. Just grab what you want, use the restroom, then come back and eat while you're seated here. So yeah, okay. Just a short minute interval. Thank you very much.
And please, when you come back, fill in the front chairs. The people live streaming, they're requesting that you come in the front chairs so that you don't go behind the cameras. So when you're coming back after the tea, let's fill in the front seats. Thank you. Hi everyone. We're looking for a great techno. If anyone that's seen a great techno, can you please bring it to the front? A great techno, please. If you pick it up or have it by any chance, can you please
Thank you very much. Round of applause to Vanny from Fab Ovation Band. They're normally at Gava's, different restaurants, etc. Like their Facebook page. Well done. Thank you very much. So, the rest of us, our program continues. And Maka, can you take it away?
Can we all start making our way towards the front, please? Can we all start walking so that we start? Sorry, can we all start making our way to take our seats, please? For all those who's had their tea, can we please start making our way, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please make our way towards the front? We need to resume. Please. Chancellor ngatifane kudzoka kuzvigaro zvatatiri topedzesera kudya takumasits edu. Let's start moving to the Francis, please. Let's start moving to the Francis, please. Let's remember that we are filling the front seats. I want to see anyone at the last 3 rows, please. Let's finish our breakfast. Let's finish our tea once we are at our own seats. Don't sit behind the guys doing live streaming. Let's fill up the gaps, please. No one is supposed to be behind the cameras. Everyone's supposed to be in front of the cameras. Soon I'll start calling names.
don't sit in the last 3 rows. Let's fill up the gaps. All the seats in front, they need to be filled up. Those are going to shit The last 3 rows, let's move to the front seats. Those sitting in the back. Okay, thank you everyone. So before we begin, a bit of a recap. So we had our introduction from Dr. Prudence Kadebu. We had opening remarks from Dr. Isaac. Then we had a very insightful keynote from Mrs. Govere. We had a very good entertainment from Hope Masike. Now I would like all of you to please give a round of applause to Mrs. Nyamukapa as she is going to represent the UNDP. So please give a round of applause, everyone. Thank you very much.
Challenges of coming late or being delayed. I'll just say I want to write on all protocols which have been observed. Esteemed, and they are already powerful, especially with my young friend. Sometimes I say daughter, but not in a patronizing way. Chido. I'm sorry I missed her presentation. I know her from somewhere, somehow, because of her great works. Musa Doreen Munyati Nyamukapa is my name, several names. Part of gender equality and women empowerment, perhaps. Definitely coming from UNDP, that's United Nations Development Program. I give you warm greetings from my resident representative, Dr. Ayodele Odosula, who is very much committed to issues of gender equality and women empowerment. From the UNDP perspective, we are part of several agencies, United Nations agencies, part of the multilateralism agenda. And our agenda is UNDP is fairly broad, but mainly to promote human development in 170 countries, including Zimbabwe. And at the center of human development, we place gender equality as a key enabler. To enable all other attributes of development. Because globally, we have about 52% of the population globally, not only Zimbabwe, being women, for example. I'm saying for example, because gender equality is about women, men, boys and girls in all their diversity. But there are what I call sometimes reasonable reasons why we then deteriorate unapologetically and make more reference to women and girls. It is because we are not yet there on gender equality, what we are all aspiring to, which has been well covered in various instruments, especially at international level, spearheaded by the UN, not only UNDP. For example, the mother of all, the Bible of gender equality, is Chido, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. But we have many others. And for those who follow this area, I will still go to GBV. The Beijing Platform for Action is still alive. And it is its 30th year from 1995. So it's very timely to celebrate the 16 days of gender-based violence, activism against gender-based violence after 30 years. 30 years, and the struggle is still on. We are not yet there to achieve gender equality. Hence why we then place emphasis on women empowerment. Otherwise, we want to talk more of gender equality, where everything is level. But we are obliged, because of empirical evidence, to place more emphasis on women. While we would agree that we will not go much into statistic etc., we need to talk about these statistics so that we understand why then we say women, women. I'm saying this because globally, there's now backlashing against gender equality. Are we aware? I've seen students, I've seen professors, very powerful women here, and a few men who are here. So they know what I'm talking about. Backlashing, because they feel sometimes we just say women, women, girls, without talking about the evidence. Then, of course, people will think it's just rhetoric. So I'm very happy that I'm at an academic institution to continue pumping out the statistics. Where women are now okay, let us say they are okay. Where they are not, let's say they are not okay. Where men are suffering, let us say they are suffering. They are beginning to suffer silently. The boy child is beginning to suffer. The boy child is beginning to be subjected to a lot of gender-based violence. Of course, the statistics globally, including Zimbabwe, they are saying it is more of the men and the women. Perhaps it is underreporting. So I challenge the academia, CSOs who are very good in advocacy work, of course the UN, and indeed the government of Zimbabwe. Globally, the government of Zimbabwe is actually doing well. A lot of efforts. They are not yet there, but they are doing a lot to then continue coming with the evidence so that we may have to change the narrative where we have to. But at the moment, I think I triggered something. Am I audible? Can you help me? But at the moment, globally, it is said in every 1 to 3 women, some say 1 to 4 globally, women and girls, they've experienced some form of gender-based violence. Okay, they've experienced some form of gender-based violence. GBV is quite broad, but some form, especially domestic violence and intimate violence, they are on the top globally in terms of these statistics. They are also covering at the African region. They are also covering for Zimbabwe. But even at the global arena, these forms of violence are manifesting differently. And they are all taking time to combat. Ultimately, for UNDP, we talk about eradication because we are for eradication, for example, of poverty. Which to us, we say poverty is part also of the problem. Some forms of gender-based violence are part of that. They are part of that, for example, child marriages. Child marriage is a form of GBV which is pervasive in some regions in the world. In Southern Africa, we are affected. And Zimbabwe, we are affected. And there we are on the top. I'm not going to say for wrong reasons, because we know where we are coming from. We know we are dealing with challenging social norms, behavioral change. So it takes time. So we celebrate what is being done. But in terms of child marriages, early marriages, Zimbabwe, we are there. Southern Africa also, some countries are also there, because I was requested to talk more about global, and also Zimbabwe is part of that narrative. Still on the global arena, and more in Africa, but also some countries, even in Asia, we have what we call FMG, okay? Femtogenital mutilation. In Zimbabwe and Southern Africa is here and there, is isolated. Our biggest challenge statistically, I've said, child marriages, and the GBV itself, the domestic violence, we have it. So that's what we have mostly in West and East Africa. The statistics are high in that kind of GBV. We also have challenges of child marriage. Let me go back to that. It's not an African thing. It's not a Southern African thing. No. It is also beginning to even manifest even in developed countries like United States of America. You can Google those who can quickly Google or use AI these days, and you hear that there is a panel of discussion on human rights on the realities of child marriages in America. This is a developed country. So my case is GBV is across the globe. GBV is not a rich man or woman's problem. It is not a developing country problem. It is a huge global, not even challenge, but problem. I want that to be understood. Only that sometimes the statistics are not there, or we are afraid to talk about the big countries. They have problems. So if you go to Latin America, there are big issues of femicide. In all these other countries, they are there, but I'm just trying to, in the global across, there are big problems of femicide, killing of women, and even in other countries, sorry to come back, even America, sometimes even our good Great Britain, just being, I don't know, I'm not a psychologist, some even just killing women, some even choosing women of a particular race, especially women of color, what they are called in other countries, or black women. It happens. There are many cases which are there. Those are other forms of GBV. I'm just trying to highlight that it is not a Zimbabwean thing, it is a global thing. You go to Asia, some forms like trafficking, including especially trafficking of children and of women, including child labor. They are there. Although some people here might challenge to say, is it child labor or is child work? It's another debate of another day. But we are just saying, as long as there's some form of abuse, exploitation, the children who are supposed to be in school are not the women who are supposed to explore their full potential socially, economically, politically, are being denied that because they are nursing wounds from GBV. The wounds which might be physical, psychological, including, as I said, in the worst form of GBV, murder. We have issues of rape. Unfortunately, they are also high, even here in Zimbabwe. Issues of rape, they are there. So this is why we have this global orange movement, which is spearheaded initially. Actually, it has been ordinary women, especially CSOs, women's advocate groups, we have initiated these movements. Then the UN, we've come in to take over so that there's some kind of inclusivity and standardization, because they'll be using instruments from the UN, like I've already said, the Chido, but there are many, many others. At the continental level, a lot is also being done. We celebrate the Africa Union. This year, 2025, it adopted a declaration on what? On ending violence against women and girls. We still have gaps. I say gaps because some are saying, why are you still just saying women and girls? Perhaps just add the boy child. Those are the gaps which are now being seriously entertained. So the movement is to spotlight, to touch that orange thing, to say we want to eradicate, to stop gender-based violence, because it has implications on development. Isn't that so? The resources globally, which are supposed to be earmarked for development, are now going to deal with the issues of gender equality, even on its own, and then within gender equality, GBV. In terms of statistics, things are slow. Why? I said social norms. 2, there's a lot of backlashing. 3, the resources globally have gone down. But also, it's because they have also the other problems. But also, as I said, you are challenging the social norms which the leaders themselves, even the donors themselves, assist with that. So, we have what is called SDG 5. It is one of the constrained SDGs. I don't know whether it's working. It's one of the constrained SDGs. That SDGs, those who can quickly Google, is on gender equality, empower all women and girls. And it has got one of its targets on GBV. Because we know that if you don't address GBV, you don't attain gender equality. It has also other targets on women in decision making. Why women in decision making? You might think off topic. No. If the women are also in various spaces, for example, including here in the academia, they will speak about certain issues which are associated to them as women. We are not saying men, you don't talk about our issues adequately, but we are saying there are certain intimate issues which they will then bring out. If they are in parliament and they are empowered and given the right tools, they will begin to talk about certain issues. They did it, they pushed for what we call the Marriages Act in Zimbabwe. Okay? The Marriages Act, supported by the UN under a big program which we call the Spotlight on elimination of gender-based violence against women and girls, supported globally by the UN and the EU. EU channeling over $500 million was part of that process, and we are happy that Zimbabwe was part of that process. But also looking, sorry, I go back to child marriages because we forget that it is a harmful practice which is very dangerous. So if we look at issues of resources, it is being said we need about $360 billion annually, globally, to eradicate, to deal with attainment of gender equality. And within that, to deal with issues of GBV. It is being said we need trillions and trillions of US dollars to achieve gender equality. Some are even saying we need about 125 years globally to achieve gender equality. Some even put at even 200 or more. So that's the challenge, the biggest challenge which we are working with. And that's why it requires all of us coming together like what we have done here. It is because the problem is very huge. I'm not sure about my time. It is because the problem is very huge. Coming to UNDP, what do we do? For UNDP, we work together with other countries, with other agencies, globally, regionally, and in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we are more on policy and law reforms, which promote gender equality. We are more on institutional strengthening, because we deal with what we call inclusive governance. So we feel that there's need of inclusive governance. Governance where the laws, the policies should be participatory, and the laws should leave no one behind. Geographically, even for the Marriages Act, because I was spearheading that with a parliament program, we were beginning to go to Dotito down yonder there. We were beginning to say, MPs, go under a tree.
This is where issues of child marriages are being spoken about. Let us get away from the comfort of our hotels. We were coming with those resources. Thanks once again to EU. I have to do that. Maybe they are here so that I get more funding. But thanks to that, because us as the UN, we rely on member states. We rely on donors, and the donors are our member states. So we would negotiate with them, working with the government of Zimbabwe, the Ministry of Women Affairs, the Zimbabwe Women as Coalition of Zimbabwe, the Coalition of Women, and the Women Parliamentary Caucus. That's why I was saying, when the women are up there, you may not know it. And when they are empowered, they are quick to forgo their sectarian, even political interest. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus works in an apolitical way. They come together and join forces to say, this is affecting us as women. And it is known, and they are protected. And they have pushed a lot, including the Domestic Violence Act, gender issues in the Constitution of Zimbabwe, GBV is now in the Constitution of Zimbabwe, and various other spaces. So because sometimes we say, you are supporting, especially UNDP, you are supporting these women MPs or these MPs. What are they doing? They are doing a lot. Even if it's a little, let us start by celebrating that little thing, especially from another woman. Let us deal away with these issues to say some of our issues in terms of women empowerment, including GBV, are continuing like that because we don't support each other. They do a lot, and let us support them. Of course, there are gaps, but in that area, I challenge to say the women from the academia, from business, from other spaces, including myself, we don't want also to be in those spaces. So we try to work on that. I was just saying there's need of accountability from that particular level. For UNDP, we work with the Office of the Auditor General. Under the spotlight, we started with those key ministries and the governance institutions, including commissions, key ministries, justice, etc., so that the Office of Auditor General will try to audit them with the gender lenses and ensure that the little resources allocated for gender are accounted for. This is part of our work. We work, of course, Ministry of Justice, we work with the judiciary in issues of legal aid, especially for women and girls. Sorry, it's me who's going away from the mic. I'm afraid of falling. Okay, so we work with all these spaces, as I said, with the governance. But most importantly, we work in terms of women's economic empowerment. Women's economic empowerment is very key to combating GBV. Do you agree? It will not completely combat GBV. It might increase. It may decrease. Am I correct? I'm not supposed to be correct simply because I'm coming from the UN. No, we actually learn from such gatherings. It can increase because some of our men may not get it well when the woman is now empowered and the woman is coming with more resources on the table, because with due respect, it's not their fault. They were socialized to be the breadwinner model. Okay? Isn't that so? The male breadwinner model, which is now is disintegrated. So it is not their problem. It's growing up, they were supposed to provide. Isn't that so? A man in Shona, let me use murume chaiye, anofani waku provider for muriake and easy. Actually, murume chaiye is not the one who has to beat the wives and the children. The men, real men, are saying, that was never our tradition. Our tradition was, he's there to provide. It was some kind of positive masculinity. It was not bad. But things have changed, retrenchments, etc. So the women may be the ones who are working. So it is also causing some forms of GBV. They might be emotional, they might be verbal. Allow me, my dear ladies, to say something. Some of the men have come to us and say, yes, but when our women are also empowered, some of them, they have also some verbal abuse. I'm reminded every day to say, I am now the man. Because they are also schooled that it is the men who is supposed to provide. So they'll be saying, in Shona, sorry, those who cannot understand Shona, can we help each other? It is also violence against the men. Some men are committing suicide. Some men are getting to be drunkards. Some men are also avoiding going home early because of that kind of language. Also, it's just when some women are also afraid to go home. We have already said we've got a big case for women, so I'm not really underestimating that the GBV for women is immense, socially, psychologically, what. That is already given. But we are saying, let us look and research in these areas, which are being told. We can't say, no, it's not happening, but we need research so that it can happen. We now have a lot of men as engagement platforms, which are now emerging. And it's okay, but let us collaborate and work with them so that, sorry, my dear men, they are schooled to take over. So they may take over and we may not get that gender equality. So let us use them quite well in what we call massaging the positive male masculinity. To say, yes, come to help us, but don't take our space. Come to create the space for us so that we are free to enjoy and realize our full potential in all development spheres. This is the message, which is also globally to say, let us shift the narrative. Our narrative, some say, appeared as if it was a fight against men. Maybe not. And it worked. It might have been just fireball. But now we are being said, let us engage them. Why? They happen to be in positions of authority globally. It is only about 27 or so % of female MPs according to IPU globally. So we still need them. If we come even at local level, most, our good president, our 2 vice presidents. So if we are not engaging them directly, the information which gets through some other people has got a problem of sometimes being laundered. So we must find mechanism of engaging them. This is also what is now coming from global. We are now saying, let us also engage them. Ministers of finance globally, most of them are men. And we need resources to be given to the Ministry of Women to deal with the shelters, etc., and given to women to be economically empowered. Because if they are economically empowered, they can sometimes make safe decisions. They can decide to walk out of abusive relationships. Some have said they are stuck there because there's nothing I can do. I'm here for my children. Even where I come from, my home, he's a hero there. He's actually sending my little ones to school. So if they are economically empowered with their projects from little to big, some of them can have the guts to say, no, that's it. I can start on my own with my own little one room. Some are not able to do that. Some, even if they are economically empowered, educated, as some of you are, will also make a social decision to remain in an abusive relationship. I said this is not a poor person or poor woman, man's problem, but it is our problem. We may not say it. I might be one of those who are abused, but I come here theoretically doing my work. But if you interrogate about me, you'll be told, Nyamukapa. Okay? It happens. And let us also start looking at those spaces, at those women whom we feel they are already economically empowered. Because a lot of work is also being channeled to what we call the ordinary. They are now very empowered. Whereas there's a gap also, just like the gap of not engaging men. So there are all these dynamics which are really coming around, and I hope the panelists will talk about them, because this is a very big area. It's complicated. It requires money. It requires the education. It requires strong social protection. It requires strong laws and policies, strong enforcement, because you may have laws and policies. By the way, Zimbabwe is not so bad if we look at it globally. It is not there where we are talking of countries which have to repeal and work more on laws and policies. No, it is shining Zimbabwe.
because of its constitution and many other laws which are there. But we are saying we need resources for what? For enforcement. So these are the areas which we support, but I don't want it to continue because there are others who are going to come. I'll still be around for some time. We can proceed by questions. I thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just going to thank everybody who's made this conference a success. Thank you for generously supporting this event and all your wonderful contributions towards initiatives to end the gender-based violence. And we hope to continue this partnership. So I just want to make a special mention to CABS, represented by Fadirai Yunus Nemachema Machawira, Head of Compliance, our impact sponsor. Then I also want to thank Zimbabwe Peace Project, Pelagia Tafadzwa Kapuya, National Director of the ZPP. And last but not least, Nyaradzo Sawira Mukuru. So now I'd like to call upon Tafadzwa Kapuya. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Is this my message? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, organizers of this very important conference. And I want to start by congratulating you, Arrupe Jesuit University, for organizing this very important platform where we talk about issues related to women and their empowerment, which really comes in very different and a wide variety of facets, as indicated on the program. We see that a lot of areas are being touched. So for me, representing the Zimbabwe Peace Project, I'm going to talk about the SDG 16, which focuses on peace, justice, and strong institutions. I'm sure that a lot of people, if asked whether we are at peace in Zimbabwe, do we have peace in Zimbabwe? Let me, I see my lecturers here. Do we have peace in Zimbabwe? Do we have peace? Madam MC. It's tricky, yes. So I'm happy about that response, because sometimes when we talk about peace and its existence or non-existence, because we are not at war, we will say that we are at peace, we are a peaceful country. But there are a number of indicators of peace that really are outside armed conflict or violent conflict, which I'll share some of the pillars with you. And then in doing that also indicate that Zimbabwe is part of the Global Peace Index, which has 163 countries involved. And we are ranking very lowly in terms of peace, the state of peace in our country. We are ranking, as of 2025, at number 114, meaning that we are, we could do better. But why do we say that when we are not at war? There are pillars that are looked at when we look at the existence of peace. For example, acceptance of the rights of others. Is it something that exists within our country? Free flow of information. People usually say there is freedom of speech, but is there freedom after speech? High levels of human capital is another pillar of peace that is indicated on the Global Peace Index. Do we have high levels of human capital when we have a lot of our young people leaving the country to go and look for employment elsewhere? Sound business environment. Do we have that, especially for women? If you look at women in the small to medium-sized enterprises, the women in the informal sector, do you think that the environment in Zimbabwe is supportive of the work that they do? Equitable distribution of resources is amongst the pillars as well. Is there equitable distribution of resources, not just at national level, but even at community and at family level? Well-functioning government, good relations with neighbors. Do we have good relations with our neighbors in the region or even globally? Low levels of corruption is also one of the indicators or the pillars of peace that are looked at when the global index is being compiled. And if you look at, a lot of services that we look for or citizens require on a daily basis, how easy is it to access some of these services, whether it's health services, whether you are wanting to get a passport, you've lost your birth certificate, or any service, how easy is it for you to get it without giving something in return? So low levels of corruption is actually one of the 8 pillars of peace that are used to rank countries in terms of the Global Peace Index. So it's our call as Zimbabweans to just look at these things and say, where do we fare? But I'll talk about the Zimbabwe Peace Project and say that we are a peace-promoting organization and we are dedicated to sustainable peace, not just peace, because if we just say peace, you look at, we don't have war, we don't have this, so we are at peace, like I mentioned. But we are looking at sustainable peace. What are the indicators? What are the things that should be in place for us to then say we are at peace and everybody feels secure in terms of how food secure are we? How physically secure are we when we do go around doing our business? We are also committed to strengthening institutions, promoting inclusive participation, and advancing justice for all, particularly women, girls, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable men. We facilitate community programs aimed at addressing injustices that citizens face, challenging impunity, and facilitating survivor engagements with responsible commissions, the Chapter 12 commissions, and other relevant state and non-state institutions. And in doing this work, as ZPP, we use human rights lenses. Why do we use human rights lenses in looking at this or in doing our peace-building work? Because we believe that the deprivation of human rights is the greatest threat to peace in our country at the moment. And human rights come in various forms according to our constitution. One of our main programming areas is around monitoring, documentation, and reporting on the human rights situation in the country. Every month we produce what we call a monthly monitoring report, which really details the level of human rights guaranteeing that we find in our country in each particular month. We look at what's happening in the provinces. We look at what is happening within state and non-state institutions as well. And our organization was established in 2001, and it has really come out as a source of credible, verified, and very reliable data on our human rights situation. In doing our peace-building work, we leverage on this human rights violations data to address the underlying causes of violations, ensure victims and survivors are assisted to get justice, as well as push for the prosecution of perpetrators. And as an organization, we have a strategic focus on women, peace and security. And we apply a feminist political economy and human rights framework in doing this work, which is anchored in intersectionality, decoloniality, care and solidarity, power analysis and participatory ethic, ensuring that women are at the center of peace-building work, not just as victims and survivors, because sometimes when we talk about women at the center of doing things, of things like peace, we talk about women as, those that really bear the greatest brand in terms of the violations that they come across. But we also want to emphasize women being at the center as critical partners in defining evidence that we use, program design, and also decision-making. And our work directly contributes to Sustainable Development Goal 16, which really calls for peaceful, just, and inclusive societies built on accountable institutions and equal access to justice. We have integrated women, peace, and security agenda as a central pillar of our strategy, affirming that women's security is inseparable from national peace and justice. I'll talk about the impact of our work so far and some of the evidence that we have gathered in terms of how women are faring and how they are affected by the situation that we find ourselves in our country. And as this year, marking, celebrations where we are marking that since 1995, the Beijing Platform for Action, a reminder of the global commitment to gender equality, inclusive leadership, and women's full participation in public life. SDG 16 priorities reflected in our work include reducing violence and protecting vulnerable groups, like I mentioned, women, girls, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable men, enhancing access to justice and remedies, strengthening transparent, accountable, and inclusive institutions, and promoting participatory decision-making. I'll give you a bit of statistics in terms of what we have gathered as we do our work. I can inform you that between January and June, which is the half of the year, ZPP has documented 2,043 women as victims of human rights violations, representing 48% of all recorded victims during that same period. And between 2024 and 2025, we have documented 1,849 total incidents of human rights violations. So when we talk about incidences, it's different from when we are talking about victims, because the incidences, we can have one incident affecting several people. So in terms of this statistic, we are talking about the incidences, which really would then mean that a lot of women were affected by human rights violations. Violations where women exposed to included assaults, arbitrary evictions and displacements, intimidation, sexual harassment, arbitrary arrests, and politically motivated violence. And then in terms of the contribution, remember we said that when we do our work, we do not want just to highlight women as victims and survivors, but also as participants and leaders in the peace-building work that we do. So as a result, we recruit community peace ambassadors across the country, and 60% of those are women. In the first half of 2025 alone, 25 women monitors and peace ambassadors trained by ZPP assumed leadership roles as councillors, SDC members, health workers, and community development focal points. We also work with traditional leaders, male allies, and cultural gatekeepers to challenge harmful norms, promote gender champions, and sustain peace-led community dialogue. And in terms of our research and knowledge production, in 2024 we conducted a nationwide research on violence against women with the support of UN Women. And in this research, I can share a bit of statistics there, that we conducted 20 focus group discussions in all of the 10 provinces, reaching over 192 women, 20 key informant interviews with expert and institutional actors, and in that process we recorded 591 violence against women violations, including rape, torture, abductions, and a spectrum of abuses such as sextortion, hate speech, cyber harassment, and gendered disinformation. So with all this, even if we are at war, would you really say that we are faring very well in terms of our state of peace? We also do work in terms of our peace-building work around ending early child marriages. Through our programs, we also work with community peace ambassadors to resolve some of the community conflicts and concerns preventing people from enjoying peace. In Bingari, Chiredzi, and parts of Mashonaland, we have worked to end or to minimize incidences of early child marriages by conducting child protection awareness sessions, partnered with police, traditional leaders and education officials, and facilitated rescue missions and supported the reintegration of girls into schools, where the peace ambassadors will literally go to where that young girl has been married off to rescue that girl and bring her back to school. We are also committed to strengthening institutional accountability. We work to reinforce effectiveness of justice and oversight institutions, and this we have done through stakeholder engagements with Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, Zimbabwe Gender Commission, UN Women, local authorities, judiciary actors, and community policing forums. We've also worked with the police, especially the victim-friendly unit, as we do our work. And I'm hoping that in the afternoon, when there's going to be a panel session around SDG 16, and these institutions might be represented to really talk about how these institutions can be strengthened for accountability. All right. It's already up. Okay. All right. I'll just give a few recommendations in case I will not be available in the afternoon to participate in the panel discussion. Strengthening women's protection and participation. That women, peace and security is integrated into local governance and national security frameworks. The National Action Plan on WPS, I know, is there, but really to strengthen its implementation. Expand female representation in oversight bodies, peace committees, and local authorities. Enhance protection mechanisms for women facing political or gender-based violence. Very important to build effective, strong institutions. And then also enhance multi-stakeholder collaboration. That, institutions work together and not really say, no, we are government, we work alone. We are non-state, we work alone. But really to bring people around the table to talk about these very important issues. The Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, the Zimbabwe Gender Commission, the UN agencies, civil society, faith-based organizations, and the media, which is very important. And I think that maybe just to end, to talk about why we really emphasize issues to do with human rights and peace and the sustainability of such, because it's not just enough to live. Even the Bible encourages us to live life abundantly, not just to exist. And human dignity allows us to do that. And really it is the foundation for peace, because it ensures that everybody is respected, they are secure, we feel a sense of belonging. So I just call upon everyone to just know that it is our moral and practical responsibility to ensure that we do our part to contribute to sustainable peace in our country. Madam MC, thank you.
We spoke about peace, and it always starts with the mic. I am disadvantaged. This is where the war starts, with the mic. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So now we have a panel discussion about quality education SDG 4 and gender equality SDG 5. So we're going to call upon Ms. Maringe from Ministry of Women's Affairs, the Gladys Shibanda from Internet Society, and Miss Mercy Ndoro from A.J.U. So they're all going to come up here and have a panel discussion with us about the SDGs. Please give them a round of applause as they come up. Oh, and also the Zimbabwe Peace Project has a form that they want everyone to fill in. So it's going to be passed around. So please put your name, contact number, email, and organization location so that they can keep tabs on you and give you more information about the Peace Project. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Morning, everyone. Wow, thank you for giving the ministry the opportunity to be part of this program. I'm here on behalf of the Provincial Office of the Ministry of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. My name is Sharon Jane Maringe. I serve as an administrative officer in the ministry, and I'm standing in for Mr. Chimboza, who is the Provincial Development Officer. So this morning, I'll speak about Sustainable Development Goal 5, Gender Equality, and provide a clearer and stronger picture of what our ministry does, especially at the provincial level, to drive gender mainstreaming, empowerment, and community development. So, SDG 5 aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. This involves removing barriers that prevent women from fully participating in economic, political, and social life. It also transforms discriminatory systems and practices that limit girls' and women's potential. Gender equality benefits everyone, that is family, communities, institutions, and the national economy. So, what does the ministry do nationally? When it comes to women empowerment and gender equality, it develops and enforces gender-sensitive policies. It provides national coordination for gender mainstreaming in all government ministries. It leads national GBV prevention and response. When it comes to community development, it strengthens communities' initiatives such as cooperatives and community groups. It coordinates community development models that foster self-reliance. On SME development, it provides training and business advisory services, facilitates access to finance, market linkages, and formalization of SMEs. Our role as the provincial office. This is where policies become real action. For SDG 5, we work on the ground to ensure gender equality is implemented across all sectors. Gender mainstreaming means integrating gender perspectives into policies, budgets, programs, and institutional processes, not just women-focused areas. So what does the province do in gender mainstreaming? We do capacity building and trainings. We provide technical support to government ministries and departments, local authorities like City of Harare, Chitungwiza, Rua, and Epworth, to public institutions like schools, hospitals, and tertiary institutions. We also provide trainings in the private sector and civil societies. And our trainings, we deliver gender mainstreaming in planning and budgeting, gender responsive service delivery, leadership and governance training for women, gender audit training for institutions, gender disability inclusion training, training on national gender policies and statutes. On gender responsive budgeting, we support institutions to develop gender responsive budgets, align programs with the National Development Strategy and DS1, track gender expenditure, and report on the gender outcomes. On conducting gender audits, we carry out gender audits in government departments, local authorities, public institutions to assess women's representations in leadership, workplace gender policies, safety and inclusivity standards, institutional responsiveness to gender issues. On providing technical advice on gender policies, we guide the implementation of the National Gender Policy, the National GBV Strategy, SME development strategies with gender components. So, what are the funding opportunities for gender mainstreaming? The ministry facilitates access to several funding, such as the Women Development Fund. These support women's projects. This one is unapologetically biased towards women's economic viable projects. Then we have the Community Development Fund, whereby we support community empowerment initiatives. And with these funds, we fund women or communities in groups. So a minimum of 3, up to a maximum of 5 people in a group. And then we have the Zimbabwe Women's Microfinance Bank loans, and through this medical, we have the SMEs revolving funds to start up and expand businesses. Please note that it's not just a matter of you having a project, but we look at viable projects. So don't bother coming to our offices if you know that it's just a project which is not viable. Because this fund is revolving. You get it now, then you pay it back so that it will benefit the other person. So we help applicants with personal proposal writings, business plans, project registration, and formalization. In supporting women's economic empowerment at provincial level, we strengthen women's economic participation by registering and capacitating cooperatives, supporting savings and lending groups, and savings and credit cooperatives. We offer trainings on entrepreneurship skills, financial literacy, value addition, product development, and market branding, as well as digital entrepreneurship, and we provide linkages to exhibitions, fairs, and markets. Economic empowerment is the key pillar of SDG 5. Financial independence increases decision-making power and reduces vulnerability to GBV. We coordinate provincial GBV prevention and response. Our office leads the provincial GBV committee, where we coordinate the therapy victim-friendly unit, social welfare, Ministry of Health, NGOs and shelters, community leaders. And our role includes awareness campaigns on GBV laws and rights, training first responders on GBV case handling, coordinate one-stop centers for referral pathways, supporting survivors with counseling, safe shelter linkages, and economic rebuilding. On women's engagement and mentorship, as a ministry, we are committed to supporting women at all stages of life, professional entrepreneurs, students, community leaders, and women in vulnerable situations. Our programs aims to strengthen women's skills, confidence, participation in social and economic development. We work with communities, institutions, and women's groups to promote women's empowerment dialogues that raise awareness on gender equality and women's rights, mentorship programs that connect women with experienced leaders and professionals, entrepreneurship and business management training to help women start, manage, and grow their enterprises. Innovation and startup support, linking women to platforms such as Empower Bank, Women's Bank, and SMEs development units. Collaborative initiatives with men and boys, encouraging a supportive environment where women can thrive. Why SDG 5 matters to you as women? SDG speaks directly to the realities, aspirations, and potential of women. For you as women, professionals, entrepreneurs, students, community leaders, and mothers, SDG is about equal access to opportunities in education, employment, and leadership. Safe, supportive, and non-discriminatory environments where women can thrive. Recognition of women's voices and leadership in institutions, communities, and decision-making. Ending stereotypes and cultural norms that limit the potential of women and girls. Economic empowerment, enabling women to build financial independence and stability. You are not only beneficiaries of SDG 5, you are the drivers of it. Women are innovators, caregivers, entrepreneurs, and nation builders. Your participation and leadership shape the future of Zimbabwe. So, how can you support SDG 5 as a woman? You have to support and uplift other women, collaborate, mentor, and share opportunities. Challenge and speak out against discrimination or violence whenever it occurs. Buy from and promote women-led businesses to strengthen women's economic empowerment. Volunteer or participate in community programs that uplift women. Use your skills, education, and creativity to address social issues affecting women. Engage with our ministry, visit our offices for information, training, support, or to register women's projects and cooperative. This is for free. You are our clients. We're just waiting for you to knock at our doorsteps. Then we help you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Okay. I'm very happy because this platform that I'm occupying gives me a bit of freedom because I'm not coming from ministry. I'm just an independent person who's going to talk about gender issues. So I'll mostly speak from my observations, from the research that I've done, and from my experience as an educationist and also a gender equality advocate. So I think when we look at this SDG 5, gender equality in Zimbabwe, like she has already mentioned, that it talks about gender equality and empowerment of girls and women. So in doing that, it has actually several targets: ending discrimination against girls and women, eliminating violence against women and girls, recognizing unpaid work. I'm emphasizing this because we take it for granted when we look at domestic work and it's unpaid. So we don't give it any economic value. And also increasing women's participation in decision making, which is an area that I'll also look at because I have interest in that area. Ensuring reproductive rights, and also ensuring that there is equal distribution of economic resources. I always talk of access and control of resources because this is where it's really critical. You can have access to resources, but when you don't have control, you are not in a decision-making position. So there is also, it also targets on strengthening policies and legislation. So what are the issues? If this is what the country is targeting, what are the issues? I think somebody has already spoken about GBV. Lots of people are going to talk about that one. Economic marginalization of women. Women don't actually have access to land and credit. And these are the resources that actually ensure that you become economically viable. So if you don't have access to those resources, then it means you cannot make it, economical. So where is this really very pertinent? Sometimes when we look at women, we look at them as a homogeneous group, but women are really varied and different. The rural woman, for example, has got more challenges than probably the urban woman. But sometimes when we gather in conferences like this, we focus on the urban woman. We forget about our sister who's out there in the villages. And yet this is where you find the majority of women in the villages. So we are going to look at, how they are really affected by not being able to own resources. Land, for example. Women don't have land rights. They will work in those pieces of land, but very few of them, actually own those pieces of land. I think the UN Women has tried to ensure that there is, a filling up of the gap in terms of financial inclusion, in terms of supplying microfinance for women, and also procuring policies that actually favor and empower women. Now, I talked about unpaid care work. The domestic work that women do, if you look at caring for the sick, for example, this is a burden that is usually carried by women. But do we give it any economic value? We don't. So if you are looking after somebody who's sick, you are as good as somebody who's not working. But I'm saying we are spending lots of hours actually performing some tasks that are not, that are not recognized. So we also have the issue of reproductive health and rights. Here in Zimbabwe, for example, abortion is restricted under the law. There are some exceptions, yes, but you cannot just have safe abortion because it's not allowed. And yet, there could be circumstances where you would feel that it is necessary. I am pro-life, from my Christian background. But I'm saying, I wouldn't want to judge for somebody else who is really interested in that. There are also some harmful cultural practices. We talked about child marriages. Now, when we talk about child marriages, we just think of the fact that the girl has been, has gone into a marriage when they are still young. But there are also a lot of impact that's associated with these child marriages. If you look at the fact that the child has no access to education, which would empower her if she had that particular access. Even if you look at in terms of health, she might actually have different challenges because she's not mature enough to be, producing a child at that tender age. Then I think here in Zimbabwe, we have a challenge in terms of data monitoring and reporting, actually providing statistical data which is gender disaggregated. And because of that, it is very difficult to come up with, to track progress in terms of addressing, gender inequalities because we don't have the data. But even looking at that, there are also opportunities that are here in Zimbabwe. I think we need to strengthen and fund gender-based violence programs that are across the country, and I think we need to make sure that we look at the 2023 to 2030 GBV strategy. I was hoping she would talk about it because I think the ministry has it. And then there is also, when we look at community interventions, what are we doing to actually ensure that, we are strengthening these interventions? Economic inclusion, I think this one is critical. We are saying if the women have access to these resources, they will become economically independent. I think this was highlighted earlier on. I think when we look at reproductive health and even just access to reproductive rights and health, I think we need to look at how our adolescents can actually have access to reproductive health. They should have access to information. They should make informed decisions. It doesn't really make sense when we cry foul because the girls are getting pregnant. And we say, because we are a Christian family, we believe in sex after marriage. But without considering the reality on the ground, what is happening on the ground, I think it is very important that we actually look at that. And I think in addition to that, we also need to ensure that we tackle issues to do with gender and climate. Because we are saying it's the women who are mostly affected by climate change. Like I indicated, when we talk of these issues, we sometimes forget about our sisters who are in the rural areas. And slowly, I think the rural areas are coming to urban places, where we now have to fetch water from some of those boreholes. It's slowly creeping in and making sense, what our sisters are actually experiencing. So there is also, a very important point to ensure that we include women in climate change resilience planning, because we are saying they are the ones, who are mostly affected. If they are part of the decision making and the planning, they will be able to contribute something. There is also need to strengthen our data systems in terms of, I talked about the gender disaggregated data and also having important indicators across our various ministries. I think she highlighted the role that the ministry plays. And I think in addition to that, we also have the Zimbabwe Gender Commission that also ensures that, something is happening in the various sectors. So I think on that note, I want to appreciate that as a country we have made strides. We are not there, but we have made strides towards gender equality, probably stemming from the fact that the women fought alongside each other to gain independence. So gender equality is not something that we think about, but it is a must for this particular country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So before you step down the stage, I'm going to request any two questions. Two questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. My question goes to the first presenter. What is the turnaround time for the women who come to your offices for loans or I think loans for their projects?
Okay, thank you. So let me just go through the processes. First of all, before we have a call for proposals, you have to visit our office. Then you know the district that you fall under. Then from there, the community development officer will visit your project. Then they will assess the project. And when the fund is available, you will have a call for proposals. Then you submit your proposal. Then the process goes on until you get your fund. When the fund is available. Okay. The funds are not always available. Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any other question?
Thank you very much, ladies, for your presentations. Something keeps coming up about early marriages. You mentioned, the first speaker mentioned about something on we could report, then the child is retrieved and is brought back home. I don't know whether you were here when the First Lady spoke. What's her name? The keynote speaker, who mentioned that at the age of 10, she was married off somewhere else. She didn't go because she was rescued by somebody. But in a case where she goes and we go after her, we bring her back where? To who? Do you investigate these things? Is it automatic? If I come to you now, like there is a situation that I know, as I'm sitting here, where a 15-year-old has been married off to somebody else, should I just, what's supposed to happen? If we take her back, we take her back to who?
All right. So as a ministry, we work with different partners. So if you bring that case to our office, we will refer you to the relevant partner who will deal with the case. For example, maybe with that case, the first thing maybe is to refer you maybe to Musasa, where the child will be given a shelter, and then everything else, they will have to deal with the cases involving all the partners that are involved in such cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for the greatest insights. You had a follow-up, ma'am? Okay. Thank you very much for enlightening us more on what really happens in the Ministry of Women Affairs and also under the issues of gender commissions. As they step down the stage, may we please give them a round of applause. Are we still awake? Why do you look so stressed? So up next, the male allies, they're going to come after the team from CABS, because the team from CABS, they're now trying to rush back to work. So I'm going to call next the CABS Women Coalition, being represented by Furirai Eunice Nemachena Machawira, who is the head of allowance, and also these are part of our sponsors, to present on the issue of economic empowerment, SDG 1 and 8. They will also be joined by Sharon Mauluka under the issue of digital skills, Ms. Nyasha Sermani, GZI, and Melissa Chasi Magueze. Okay, allow me to repeat myself. We are going to have Furirai Eunice Nemachena. Furirai. Farirai. Oh, my apologies. Farirai Eunice Nemachena. Machawira. Nemachena Machawira. Our head of compliance, right? Thank you. Then we have Sharon Mauluka. And then we have Miss Nyasha Sermani. Then we have Melissa Chase. Sure. So the floor is yours, ladies. We're starting with. Sure.
Hello. So my name is Melissa Chasi, and I am a data privacy consultant at Chasi Maguze Legal Practice. Another hat that I wear is Chef Soko. So I love to cook, and I have a pop-up restaurant where we have dinners. We call it the Supper Club, and it's a communal table where guests come to meet. So it's not like your normal restaurant where you have your own table, but you actually come and sit at a table with strangers, and you have our food, where I am the head chef, and I've got my team. So something unique, a unique selling point that we have is we take you to different countries and explore other cultures at our table. So I make food from the Middle East, and I've actually built an underground barbecue pit. So we make our chicken underground for 2 hours. We make goat and lamb for 8 hours, and it falls off the bone. So these are things that attract people to come to my table. And it's also interesting for them to hear that, well, I didn't go to culinary school, but I am a self-taught chef, and this is another thing that I do. Maybe everyone else could introduce themselves, and then I can talk more later.
It's turning out to be your pop-up table, just here. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Farirai Machawira. I'm the head of compliance. I work in compliance at CABS, the country's #1. Yay! And I'm here also to be supporting the efforts today as we start the celebrations or the commemorations for the 16 days of activism, which CABS as an institution we are very much aligned with, and the rest of the SDGs. I'm also a lawyer by profession, and I'm also a women's rights activist in my spare time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Mauluka. So I am currently, so I'll say currently because I've been around in terms of career. But currently I'm a digital skills trainer But I've been a nurse. I have been in the pharmaceutical industry, doing sales and marketing. I've done compliance. And recently, I moved into the tech space. I've just qualified with a software development qualification, specializing in AI for software engineering. So I've been, as I said, I've been around. And I like how one thing I've learned is that you can be whoever you want to be. No one can stop you. As a woman, if you want to change careers, if you want to shift from one place to another, it's definitely possible. As long as you have the passion, as long as you have the drive, and as long as you're willing to sacrifice and put in the work that is required. So I'm based in Bulawayo, so I just got in last night. I am jetting back today after this presentation because tomorrow I am to do a sort of a training to women under the Ministry of Women's Affairs, Bulawayo, where they're training women in different skills. So I'll be doing digital marketing. So today I'm here to talk about women empowerment through digital skills training, which is one of my latest passions. Started this journey around March of this year, but it's really been a fulfilling journey, and I'm truly enjoying the empowerment that women are getting through digital skills training.
Hello everyone, I am Nyasha Seremani with Great Zambezi Initiative as the Chief Business Development Officer. I'm very well known to speak about things that a lot of people are not comfortable to talk about. So I'm here to talk about the other side of women empowerment and GBV. We'll unlock it as we're going to go through this presentation. By profession, I'm a registered and licensed nutritionist, registered with the American Society for Nutrition. I've worked in the health space for over 17 years until I decided to step out and be the woman I wanted as a child. This is why I'm in this space now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our dear loving panelists. I realized we have quite a variety of people on the stage. We have our own legal practitioner lawyer. We have an ICT developer. We have a business developer and a nutritionist. So from this stage, I'm just going to allow them to get into the panel for at least some short sayings as you also jot down your questions for each. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of economic development, which is why we're gathered here, one thing I've learned is this is something that's really important for women to be financially independent. So how this came about, my small business, I graduated from university in London. I have a law degree, undergrad, and then a master's in entrepreneurship. So when I came back home, I was looking for opportunities, and unfortunately I couldn't find something, but there was something that I was good at. So my first tip for women is we all have something that we're good at. You might not be trained in it professionally, but what my grandmother likes to call it is basare mawoko. So something that you can do with your hands, you can create value in your community. And then second of all, the value of education. So although in this business of mine, the main thing is food and cooking, you find that when you have a business, there is more to it than that. So one, there's the financial side. Simple things like making sure you're not mixing the business money with your own personal money, right? And then also creating opportunities for others. You can't necessarily do it alone. I work with a team that helped me to make it happen. And then the other thing is we're in the digital age. So what I love about this work is it connects my professional side. So I am a data privacy consultant. I've been certified here. I actually write my exams here with the International Association of Privacy Professionals. So you find that you have to do a lot of branding online. That's where everyone is. So you need to be present and visible, whether it's on Instagram or on LinkedIn. That's how people get to know you and the word spreads. So even with the marketing side, you need to be taking content of your work, taking content of the events. So if you want to see what I am about, if you're on Instagram, the account is Chef Soko on Instagram. So that name, again, also came about from my own background. I'm a Soko. And I wanted to, so I was at pains to figure out, what can I name my business? And that was actually taking time for me to set up the Instagram page. And I just came up with that, and it stuck. So we've been around for the past 4 years. So I would encourage everyone in the room with something you do on the side to start with what you have. So when it comes to capital, when I started off with my savings, and I had these big dreams of, buying the best tables, the best chairs, the best everything. And then I realized I wouldn't be able to make it, and it wouldn't be profitable. So I looked at what I had. I had like 3 tables that I put together and made a long table. So 2 sets of dining room chairs, put them together. When people come for the experience, it's not, they're not actually looking at all of these other things. Of course, we make the room look nice, but people are here for the food, they're here for the experience, to learn, and also to meet other people. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melissa. And it also is good that you spoke about being a woman, using your other skills and the other talents to make money for yourself, which is also what I'm here to talk about. Financial independence or economic independence for women as a way to reduce or to eliminate, even, if you will, gender-based violence. Because in my other life, I did say I do quite a lot as well on the side relating to women and gender-based violence issues. You find that a lot of the time, gender-based violence against women, and it comes in all forms. I think the speaker earlier on from the UNDP said it's not just about the physical violence, but it's about also kunyimwa mari. It's about the way you are spoken to. It's about the way you are made to feel. All that comes together to create that sort of environment where you feel you are helpless, you can't do anything. And we find a lot of times women will stay in situations where they are constrained because they are not economically empowered. If I leave this horrible man, what am I going to do? Who's going to take me in with my 4 kids? And let's be honest, a lot of people will say, that's the attitude. Because you don't have your own things, how are you going to take care of your children? What do you need to do? So where do we come in as banks, the financial services sector? We are partners, I think, with policymakers and government. We are the drivers of the SDGs, as you will, especially those that relate to economic development, not just at the micro level, but at the macro level as well. Everybody has to come in and participate. So we take a deliberate strategy as banks, and in particular, speaking for CABS, where I am, there is a deliberate intention to say, what is our contribution going to be as CABS to the national development when it comes to the SDGs, especially those that relate to gender? We have products that we've set up in the past products that we're continuing to refine to assist women. And cabs can be that safe place for women across the board. I think Mama spoke earlier on that we sit here and we're just worried about the girls in the urban areas, when in fact there are even more of our sisters who are in the rural areas and other areas where they may not necessarily be meeting on Fridays and talking about this. We also cater for those women. We have teams right across Zimbabwe. You know, as cabs, we have 40 branches across the network. So we are represented everywhere, wherever you go. I think people are always amazed that, even in Auna, you guys are there. Even in Mrambinda, we are there. We've got that reach. And that reach is what we use to further the cause. We have outgrower schemes for women. Traditionally, these were always about the men, the heads of the household. They would be the ones who are pushing the outgrower schemes, and they are the ones who are getting into the financial inclusion issues. They're the ones who are signing up the loan agreements with the bank. But now we are also seeing a lot of women who are coming through, a lot of confidence coming through. And we are also working to build on that as a bank. We actually have a dedicated unit, our NGO center, which is in 2nd Street. We've got Haji, she's over there, wearing today's color. If you need to see her and consult with her, she will assist you. That's Haji. She's in the NGO center, which works primarily to reach those hard-to-reach areas. So we speak to women, we speak to girls, we speak to the previously marginalized sectors, as you will. Because we know that if women are also empowered, and we're also in the majority, people don't really want to talk about that, but there are more of us than there are of men. And that's not to say men are now nothing, because it's all about women. We are looking at the numbers. We are looking at the trajectory. In the generation that is upcoming, everyone needs to be taken along, the boy child and the girl child, because both of them, they have a lot of work to do to push the country forward. So this is where we come in as banks. I know some of you will be like, yeah, but it's all very well to say you're giving loans to women, but what about collateral? Because we know traditionally women have been excluded from participating because they don't have the land. They're not going to be owning immovable property, which banks will traditionally want to hold as collateral before they can extend any funding to you. But now, through policy interventions, we also accept movable property. And when we talk about movable property, we're talking about your car, we are talking about household goods even. We come and we structure your loan, we structure your facility, because we understand what you need to get going. We also don't just confine our funding to women and marginalized sectors to just projects that are already going. We also fund greenfield projects. So you've got an idea, you want to come along. We have women's desks right across our network. There is always someone in any of the CABS branches who will talk to you about women-tailored facilities and women-tailored projects. Melissa, you spoke about also financial literacy, knowing what to do with the money that you have. And not thinking big, you don't have that much money. You already feel defeated before you start your project. My money is not enough. How am I going to do this? CABS, with the Old Mutual Group, who is our parent, we participate in financial literacy programs for women, for men, for children. And the past 2 years, we've had a particular focus on teaching the young ones at school. We go to different schools, we participate immensely across the board. Teach the children while they are still young how to be able to read the financial situation in their lives. Let them know that they get $2 for TAC. They should know that it's good to put some aside and save it. We also have a product as well that's aimed at school-going children. So it's basically your 0 to 18 years. We have a product that we call the A+ card. It's for school children to save their money on that card. So parents can actually deposit money into that card and teach children about how to save. Teach children about the importance of money. And more importantly, teach children about the importance of financial independence. Because it's not just reducing the incidence of GBV, gender-based violence. It's not just about that only. We also do it for the broader good of the country. We have national objectives that we're looking at. We've got our NSD 1 that is coming to an end, ushering in NSD 2. We've also got the financial inclusion program that has come to an end. We did a 5-year run. We're going into the next 5 years. All those are going to need a properly equipped generation of young women and young men. And those of us who are already nearing our retirement age, we didn't think we'd talk about that, but here we are. We are also going to be retiring. We are ushering in the new ones. So as financial institutions, we are very much alive to the role that we play in the SDGs. We are very much alive to the role that we play in empowering women, in empowering our girls, that they don't need to be constrained in life because they don't know how to make their own money, they don't know how to save their own money, and to use what they have, which Melissa has also highlighted. Use what you have. Come to the CABS branch. There's always somebody who is trained to communicate and to talk to you and to also tailor-make whatever project that you might have to further enhance yourself. I think I'll stop there for now and not hawk the whole show. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Due to time, I think I'm going to give the other panelists at least 5 minutes per each. Thank you.
That's all right. I'll try to be as short as possible, given the limitations. But, right, so I think for me, when it comes to women empowerment, I want to look at what really drove me to start training women in digital skills. So I also got trained by ITCILO and became a lead trainer, I believe around April of this year. So when I sat and I asked myself, what do I want to do differently, right? I was looking at, so for me, what struck me the most was that when it comes to these digital skills training, usually they are accessible to maybe women that have got some form of maybe a qualification already, women that are in the urban areas. I know the previous speakers were talking about how the women in the rural areas are not really getting the opportunities that maybe us in the urban areas are getting. So one thing came to me so strong was that I want to be able to help as many women as possible, regardless of age. So I was looking at a case where, and the program is really centered around women that are in business. And we know almost every other woman here is in business. Yes? You are selling something to someone at some point in your life. As much as you are probably going to work, you've got a little side hustle that you do because you want to get that extra income. Also, the woman who's at home, who's in the rural areas, they are selling something. They are doing vegetables in their garden. They're doing tomatoes. They're selling to their neighbors. That's a business. But we've always had limitations of being able to sell probably to the people that we know around us, to our communities, or the very few people who've heard about us. But we also know that we are now living in the digital world. And most of our customers are available on the digital space. So many people now prefer to shop online versus going to an actual physical place to get items. So for me, I said, look, I want to be able to help everyone and anyone, every woman and any woman. So recently, I partnered with the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Bulawayo, and we've, as of today, I've been able to certify 105 women in just 6 weeks under this training on digital skills. And the women are ranging from 18 all the way. I've got a 69-year-old mom that I literally held her hand. And remember, we're also doing this online because the idea is if we continue to make these things physical, people will always, have that, that fear to say, look, the digital space is not that accessible. So I am telling them, I am based in Bulawayo. We can organize a date in town today, but I want you to do it online. This is how you are going to learn. This is how you're going to gain confidence to navigate the online space. So I would say, fortunately, because I am seeing it to my benefit, I lost my job 2 years back, and I've had an opportunity to be home most of the time, which means I've got time on my hand. I have literally held these women's hands and taken them through the training. I remember one lady came to me and said, I am trying to register, but the email that I use, I'm having challenges with it. I'm like, can we open a new one? She said, I don't know how. And I'm talking about a professional woman, right? She says, I don't know how. The one that you've been using, my husband opened it for me a long time ago. Is he able to help you to open another one? No, I don't think so. You probably say he's busy or he doesn't have time. I remember doing a 2-hour WhatsApp call with this lady, going step by step to help her first to open a Gmail account. And then, because she kept getting a lot of challenges, and she was saying, look, I'm not able to do it. I'm like, no, you can do it. If everyone else around you can do it too. So we went through the process until she registered successfully, then registered onto the Women in Digital Business platform to take her training. After this process, she was so confident that she took her training in just 4 days. She was done and was certified. So stories like this, for me, just show that there is a lot that we can do in order to be able to empower each other as women. And digital skills, this digital skills training for me is an opportunity for people to be equipped, to be independent. And I like the fact that you talked about, the lot of issues that go on in our homes, where one is told that, birth certificate, can you not amount to something in life? At times it may not even be physical. Emotional abuse is the worst, because you are told things that will tell you that you are a nobody. You are worse than a fly in your own house. But once a woman is empowered, it means once they start making contributions to the home, they gain some form of respect, right? When they used to say, Baba sauti yapera, the next thing, kuchikoro kwe mwana kwangu ne trip, ndabadara $20. It brings some form of, even self-confidence. It boosts your esteem. Kana masoja emuiri, anowedzerwa. Because now you're able to do things for yourself. You're able to stand on your own. So in this era that we are in, I believe equipping women in digital skills is going to go a long way in helping to empower them and to some extent bring some help in fighting GBV in the home, right? I know someone here said, unfortunately it's in two parts. One can, at times it can lead to a reduction in GBV or an increase to it, because the man suddenly thinks you think you're on top of the world, because suddenly you are selling online, you are on Facebook, you've got customers that are calling you every now and then. But I believe whatever it is we can do, let's do it. Statistically, in sub-Saharan Africa, just 3 out of 10 women are online, which means we've got a whole 70% of women that are not online, which means there is a lot. The gap is there. As much as we may say that we are focusing on women and girls, but realistically, the gap is there. And especially when it comes to, tech side of things, if you are a girl who is doing a degree in anything to do with tech, you are asked, because it is automatically assumed men are the ones who have got the capability of going in that field. But we also want to teach our young girls to say, look, you can do it. What he can do, you can do too. Probably even better. Because as women, even religiously, we know the word says we've been equipped with strength we know it. We are able to do a lot of things. Being able to juggle so many tasks in the home, but at the same time also finding time for yourself. We've been able to do that over the years, which means there's an opportunity for us to grow, this in women and get women to be empowered, particularly when it comes to digital skills training. So this is why this is so, it's so dear to me, it's so special to me, and this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mama. Realize it about your time. But let us move on to the next panelist, hoping that she'll on time.
I'm very good at summarizing.
Okay, looking forward to that.
So, for me, economic empowerment comes with understanding what money is. Because I think as a society, we are losing it. Money is a faithful servant. Only if you are an employer of the money. Are we together? Money is a faithful servant, and it's a servant we all want to have, and it's that servant that brings economic emancipation. Are we together? So when I'm saying that, if you are not the owner of the money, if you are not the one who's working for the money, you become the slave. We're together, right? So, our society is praising things that are not making sense. We are not promoting each other to become employers of money. Have we seen that? I want to have an engagement with you guys so that if I'm wrong, then I give back the mic. Because right now we're talking about money, money, money. But how we're making the money should be of utmost importance. It is supposed to be what is going to shape our community, our future generations. Because if you are going to be an empowered woman through money that you haven't worked for, it's not going to be sustainable. Because when we're talking about empowerment, we should talk about sustainable plan. Is it going to be still there in the next 5 years? So if we don't address those issues of what money is, we're not going to go anywhere. So I encourage all of us to talk about it more. I've landed in spaces because of I speak about what I think. If I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. That's okay. So now when it comes to also economic empowerment and GBV, we as women, are we also accountable? Because we have a lot of women who are also perpetrators of GBV against other women. I'll give you an example. We are here, we are doctors, engineers, or whatever. But the moment we get to the house, ndava vatete. Ndakutanga kutovunza mukadzi wanzvadzi yangu, ko nhai murwara? Mwana makazoti chii, 24 years. Then your brother is going to get angry and going to harass the woman. You know our society, that's how they think. Saka, in this whole conversation, who has incited violence? It's the other woman, right? So we need to do better. We don't need to be multifaceted when it comes to issues to do with GBV. We cannot afford to say, inini ndirimai guru, ndirimai saka nyaya dzemkwasha handipindiri. Iwe murora achirohwa every day, and you keep quiet. We need to speak up in whatever spaces that we occupy. It's good we are here. We are all uplifting each other, women, women, women. But when you go to your house, how are you treating your house help? Are you also empowering them from an individual level? Because we don't have to wait to go large scale for us to make a difference. I'll give you an example. In 2007, I moved to Botswana. I worked as a housemaid. But the woman I stayed with, she really held my hand. She's like, I can see a brilliant mind. I want you to go back to school. So I'm going to help you save your money. If she hadn't done that, where do you think I would be? That's number one. Then there's issues like isusu zakadzi we are not talking about enough. And these are the very issues that are also pushing the GBV narrative. Issues like endometriosis. We're not talking about it enough, but it's one of the biggest causes of GBV because our society still believes if there is no child in the marriage, the woman is to be blamed. Why are we not talking about this in our workspaces? Why are we not talking about this in our churches? I was invited to South Africa to address a group of pastors, and I told them they need to know where to draw the line. They are not doctors, they are not psychologists. They should stop praying for everything. They should refer. It works, yes, but in reality, we are killing each other. Because the bottom line is, when we work as a collective, we move more, we achieve more. But when we move in silos, this is when somebody gets to the doctor, when the cancer is already stage 4. But if you had just told the person, go for cervical cancer screening, it was going to be easier and we're going to prevent a lot of issues. So we need to work as a collective. In churches, let's speak up. In our workspaces, at bridal showers, we should stop this nonsense of saying, hey, Tafadzwa. So let's talk about real issues that will build our communities. I think this is what is more important and relevant. So I don't have much time, but I think these are some of the issues that we need to shift our narrative from. We need to speak more. These are issues that affect us. And if we don't speak about it, no one is going to raise a voice better than us women. So we need to do better. And I'm also happy to be seeing familiar faces.
In summary.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, one last sentence. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, which is a good thing. But we are seeing the very same faces in all these other, So let's try to bring new people. Whenever you're invited somewhere, pull another woman with you so that we grow this space and we reach a wider audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I'm just going to take one question, unfortunately. And I'm going to take one question from the deaf. From the deaf.
Okay, so she's just adding up what the last speaker has just said. She's saying, why are we even being blamed as women for the wrong deeds of our kids?
Do you want me to take this? You can, sure. At least she summarizes the answer.
Oh, okay. Did you get the question? Okay. She's asking why as women we're being blamed for the wrongdoings of our kids. I don't know much, but I think when our children go wrong, okay, if a child brings a phone that you didn't buy for them, why are you keeping quiet about it? We are nurturing some behaviors that are not normal in courts. So when your child does something wrong, it's not your problem as a mother. Because but it's your responsibility as a mother to call out and correct that wrongdoing. But if you know your child has done wrong and you keep quiet about it, you're adding fuel to it. I think that's my opinion. I don't know if someone has got a different opinion to what I just said.
I think just to add on to that, it comes with the fact that as mothers, we've always been the one that are there for the kids. Most of the kids' life revolves around a mom more than dad. It's only now that we're seeing the men being actively more involved in the rearing of children. But traditionally, it has always been a woman's duty to raise the children. So it is automatically assumed that because you are rearing the child, you have to know every other step that they take, which is something that isn't correct. they say in Shona. Because remember, this child, as they grow, they are being exposed to different platforms, different people, different friends, where they pick certain traits, where they pick certain habits, where they pick certain behaviors, right? And automatically when something goes wrong, say usina kuzviona, iwewe samai vachona, it's automatically assumed that you are supposed to keep 100% tabs on your children, which isn't the case. What we just need to do is to be able to now say, look, kurera mwana ndekwe munhu wese. A child is raised by a community, and even when they do wrong, it mustn't necessarily be blamed on the child or on the mother. Rather than looking fault finding, let's sit together as a family, as a community, and find ways to immediately correct the wrongdoing, telling them why it is wrong to do what they have done. So I think it's supposed to be a collective effort and not just a one-man band. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mama. Let us give them a round of applause as they close up their panel. I would like to take that we have all understood on the issues of the financials. We go to cabs. They also have a tent outside, just in front of the multipurpose hall. You can go and ask further questions there. Thank you very much, ladies, for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Are we happy? At this juncture, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Councillor Bingari from the city of Harare. Thank you for joining us and blessing the occasion. It shows great salutation for the lady, the sacred essence of the nations. Thank you. Ladies, ahoy! And the gents among us, thank you. You did something great. The few people who are resolved to change. I would like to invite Miss Angelica Mukurongo to give us a presentation. Sincere apologies to my fathers, the men in the house, that will continue with you after we break for lunch. You are always great. You understand, you are more patient and tolerant. Thank you so much. With Sister Faith along, could you please take the floor? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies. Afternoon. All right. I'm just going to start and do it differently, and we won't take too long. I was supposed to talk about mental health, GBV and mental health, but I noticed that I think quite a lot has already been said. So instead, I will tweak my talk to something different. But for now, if you could all just put down your phones, your pads, just for a minute. Just a minute. All right. And this exercise is something that I always do when I'm overwhelmed or when, there's just too much going on. So I just want you to breathe in. Hold your breath and then breathe out. Shall we do that? Just relax. Forget about those phones, forget about Facebook, forget about home, forget about everything. Right now it's about you. Just a minute. In. Out. In. Out. I just want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes and relax. I want you to think of a time when you felt safe. Usually it's the happiness, isn't it? You are relaxed, you're enjoying yourself. then I just want you to switch off. Go to a time when you felt unsafe. Where were you? Just think about it. Who was the first person you told when you were hurt? Or did you stay silent? If you could whisper one message to your younger self about safety and dignity, what would it be? Picture a woman you love, a sister, a daughter, a friend. How would you protect her if she were in danger? What does freedom from fear feel like in your body right now? Now, just imagine walking back home at night in Harare or some of these places without worry. Imagine you're walking without worry. What would you notice around you? This is the world that we would want. You can open your eyes. We would want that kind of world where we are free, where we feel safe. You know, you don't have to be looking around all the time to say, well, who is there? What are they going to do to me? And so on. And especially in this day and age, there's just so much on social media that is making us very, very unsafe. And sometimes you just want to stay home and not even go out. All right. As I said, I was going to talk about something else. Anyway, today, I've decided just to give a little hope to some of the people in this room, or maybe you can take that message to other people that you also know who have the kind of issues that I had. I'm a person with a psychosocial disability, that is a person with a mental health condition, and this condition is called obsessive compulsive disorder. And in Zimbabwe, there are certain things that we don't want to talk about, or we just, push them under the carpet, and this is one of those disorders. Obsessive compulsive disorder, it's everyone just, people think it's about washing hands, but it is not. It's actually a serious disorder that affects one's mind. When you see people washing their hands, it's actually fear of contamination. So obsessive compulsive disorder has got so many issues, so many different categories: fear of contamination, fear of going to hell, fear of, killing someone, fear of homosexuality. Even it affects everyone in the world, not just Masalala or Varungu. Some people say, it's a condition for white people, but no. There is no discrimination as far as some of these disorders are concerned. So let me just tell you how it affected me. For years, I couldn't even stand in front of people to talk about anything, because in my head, there was this voice that would tell me that if you stand in front of people, you're going to say things that are not supposed to be said. So every time I would want to get up, my brain would tell me, sit, 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 and I would just sit. So for years, I also couldn't, every time there's something going on, I would say, okay, should I go? It could actually take me a week just fighting with my brain to say, should I go, should I not? What are people going to say? What are they going to say to me? And so on and so on. So I just want to give people hope. If you have any mental condition, we are talking of depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, substance abuse disorder, get help. Because without that, you are just going to remain there. I was that type of person for years until one day I said enough. And I went out, looked for help, and got help. I went to a psychiatrist. I tried praying, it didn't help. I tried crying, it didn't help, until I went to a psychiatrist and I got help. During all that time, I was just doing what I was told to do. Let's go to work, I go. Do this, I do. I couldn't even think for myself. I couldn't do anything for myself. But after that, when I got help, I'm telling you, I cried because I was seeing the world in a different way. It was empowering just to say, okay, so this is my life. Is this really what I wanted? Is this how I was brought up by my parents to say you should just be sitting there and you are a woman who is told what to do? You can't even make your own decisions. So from I was educated, very educated, but still not being able to use my education. So I started from being a person who could not stand in front of people to a person who started talking about mental health issues, and that empowered me. Just standing in front of people or helping people, I found that it actually gave me the strength even to heal myself. So I started off by starting an organization called Zimbabwe OCD TRUST, where I was helping people with OCD issues or any mental health issues. And then from there, I came together with other people suffering from other disorders, OCD, bipolar, schizophrenia, and so on. And we formed an organization now called National Association of Persons with Psychosocial Disabilities. And I'm telling you that, we are such proud people that, this stigma and whatever, it doesn't affect us. Because I already came here and said, I've got a mental condition. What are you going to tell me? Nothing. I've already told you. And that in itself is powerful. It is powerful. Right now, I'm actually representing, or rather, I'm the executive director of the Pan-African Network of Persons with Psychosocial Disabilities. This is an organization from 22 countries with other organizations of persons with psychosocial disabilities. And, from not being able even to say a word to being recognized regionally. So for all those who have depression, we've got postpartum depression, we've got, all sorts of depressions in your home and so on. Please don't ignore it. Get up, get help. And in these days as well, we've got a lot of substance abuse disorder that is going around. If you notice someone or your loved one just starting, please tell them to stop, because once they start, once they're addicted, it's difficult to get out of it. And for those with people, relatives, children, husbands, or whatever, who are taking substances, most people think, well, maybe I'm the one who is wrong. Why is it that this child is doing this? But I thought I raised them well. We've got a lot of people suffering from high blood pressure, stroke, getting strokes and so on, because they now start putting themselves or blaming themselves for the sins of their children or their husbands or whoever. So the most important thing for you to do is to look after yourself. How are you going to be able to look after that person who is not well if you don't look after yourself? Look after yourself. When you talk about exercise and so on, it's not just that. It's also about food, the food that you eat. It's also about your mental, you know what I mean. All right. So for all those who I can stand here and talk a lot about mental conditions and things that we don't want to talk about and things like that. But on this day, I just want to say, let's hold each other. Let's hold our hands. Let's protect each other. And when we talk of GBV, I think it's been said, it's not just men against women, it's women against men, it's mothers against children, and workplaces as well, bosses who are really narcissists, or in churches as well, we find all these things happen. So try to make a boundary. If someone is saying something bad to you, don't let the words hit you. Remember, you are not the one with the problem. They are the ones with the problem. So if they talk to you saying bad things, put a boundary, let it bounce off. I remember one of the things that I would love doing is when someone is saying bad things to me, I actually start singing. But yes, I sing in my head. It works. It really works. Take everything people say in here. It's not about you. It's about them. So thank you, ladies. And if anyone needs to talk to me or just want to carry on the conversation, I think the easiest way is just Google OCD TRUST. You'll find my name and number there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Angelica. I hope we got the clue. It's OCD TRUST. If you want more information and to look further into it, OCD TRUST. So I'm going to give the time remaining to Sister Faith to tell us what she has for us today.
Hello. Can we stand up for a moment? Everyone. Okay. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it just for a minute, but it's not going to be easy for some of us. Let us put our legs together. And let us go down. Hold it there. Let us go up. Our legs apart. A little bit.
Those are the back. Are we together?
Okay. Let us go down. Down. Hold it there. Up. We can take our seats. Okay. How does it feel? Okay. All right. So thank you very much. So when you are stressed, make sure this is a simple exercise that you can do. And it can do wonders to your body. And we did the breathing exercises. So you also want to breathe in, hold it there, and breathe it out slowly. So all these things comes with gender-based violence, and you get stressed. And when your body gets stressed, you build up certain conditions or diseases. We have the other condition that Angelica has just talked about, and you can also have other chronic conditions like hypertension, which builds over time because all the stress is piling within your system. So when it piles within your system and you are not seeking help, one day it's going to cause complicated conditions in your life. So these complicated conditions, they come in different ways. You can have high blood pressure or you can have low blood pressure. So it depends with how your body is affected and responding to the stressors that are coming as a result of that violence which has affected your body, and your body has reacted, giving out some other signs and symptoms. You may be aware of some of the signs and symptoms. At times you are not aware of the signs and symptoms. Someone has to alert you that there is something wrong with your behavior. It's all health related. So when it's high blood pressure. It can also complicate to cardiovascular accidents, kana kuti atinoti mastroke. What would have happened is the pressure at which your heart is pumping is exceeded what it should be doing. So it causes a lot of pressure on your vessels. Then you get high blood pressure. Then from the high blood pressure, if the body can't stand it, you are going to have a stroke. Either some vessels are going to burst in your brain. So when those vessels burst, it depends with what side of the head, the brain, has bursted the vessels. If it's the right, the stroke, you'll see it on the left. If it's the left, you'll see the signs on the other side. So it's a hemisphere, you see it across this. The other side that is affected, like you have a dropping whatever, the other side you can't use it. It means that the other side has been affected. So this comes as a result of the pressure that you are carrying in your body because you have been violated somewhere, somehow. So you just need to seek that help so that you help yourself. The other effects that you may have regular headaches. You don't know where they are coming from. So if you are not aware, because you need to do the self-awareness exercises to know what triggers those other severe or constant headaches that you are continuously having. So if you are having them, you may get some medications, but those are not long-term solutions. So you need to find out the triggers, what is causing those headaches. So I'm talking about this in connection to gender-based violence. Because when you are violated, you get stressed, your body can't take it, and your behavior just changes. You can display some behaviors even within the household that in which you live, even at workplace. You may start shouting at people for no reason. They have a genuine issue to discuss with you, but you just give a negative answer for no reason. And it's the body which is just saying enough is enough for the body, and the body can't take it. If you can't have a high blood pressure or if you can't have a stroke, you are behaving unusually. And usually we say, I'm not stressed, I'm okay. Because we think getting stressed, we have associated it with a weakness or failure to cope, which is okay. Yes, you are stressed, and you can do something about it. And on a physical level, you may be punched by someone. You get maybe a sore eye, or you may get a contusion. That is when you are hit hard, and you don't have even an open wound, but you are seeing signs of change of color on your skin or on that part which you have been hit hard. And if it's an open wound, it can also complicate to a septic wound if you don't seek help in time. So that wound can cause sepsis within your body, which might even affect your brain. You might end up with another condition which cannot be treated because you did not seek help in time. The reason why we don't seek help, like other speakers said, we have been taught mukadzi ndewokushinga, isu takanga tirimo mudzimba umu tichingorohwa tirimo, saka iwe ucharamba uchirohwa zvironda zviye uchichengeta. You can't even go to seek medical help. You can't even treat yourself because you don't know how to do it. And yet there are other things that you can do. If you are confined to that space, you need to do the basic first aid for yourself. Salt and water solution, which is a saline, you can clean your wounds. And if you are bleeding, you just need to stop the bleeding by just getting a clean cloth or just wash and iron a cloth, and you just stop the bleeding so that you do not lose blood, because losing blood is also going to ensure that you also become anemic if you lose in large quantities. Then there are issues to do with rape or forced sexual intercourse when you do not consent to it. So because of the size of the sexual organs of a woman, we are more susceptible to getting sexually transmitted infections because of that surface area, because it's large. So we encourage that if that happens, let us seek help quickly. We can go to the nearest clinic, get treated for any STI that you may have contracted. We may try other things, like we have herbs that we may talk about. But the first thing, go to the clinic. You do not want that STI to complicate, because it will complicate issues on you. Some of the STIs may also even cause infertility. And infertility, like the other speaker has said, it also causes gender-based violence. If you cannot have a baby in that home, you are not going to have peace in that home. So you need to be treated for any sexual intercourse-related diseases that may have affected you. Then there are other issues to do with coping, because maybe you are no longer coping, because the stress levels are too high. Then you turn to other measures like substance abuse. You think if I take substances that will just make me forget about this issue, I'll be okay. When you become sober, the problem and the issue is still there. So you just need to address those issues so that you stay healthy in that home, in that space where you feel your body is getting affected. So stress, depression, and those other conditions, they can also affect your immune system. Let's say you are stressed. Your food intake is also going to get affected. There are some other people who are not going to eat. Chikafa chitodziki pauro because wakadumbirwa mumoyo mako. So with compromised immune, your body is prone to infections. You can get any other infection. And with the infections, we are also going to talk about HIV and AIDS as well. And your condition is going to be made worse if you have HIV and stress-related illnesses around you. So you also need to seek quick help so that you get all those medications that can assist you. I can see from that I've spoken a lot. So I will leave it here because there are a lot of things that we can talk about health-related in terms of gender-based violence. So let us be empowered. Let us exercise a lot. Let us do meditation, reflect, find ourselves, do awareness sessions, and see where your strength is in fighting for yourself, fighting for your life, instead of giving in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Faith and Ma'am Angelica, for giving us better insight on the issues of health and well-being, and also mainly focusing on the SDG number 3. So as you'll be leaving the stage, you guys, may you please give them the last proper round of applause. Thank you. That was the last proper one. I thought you said the last proper round of applause. I know we are now hungry. since we have been hearing the smell of the food filling the room and everything. So I'm going to cut the program short so that we can go and eat. And unfortunately, I'm going to cut to your lunchtime as well. It's no longer going to be an hour, at least 30 minutes. I think that's enough to eat, right? We are agreeing. So we are going to have a 30-minute lunchtime. And then we are going to go in the order of our guests first. We are going to eat, and also the lecturers. Then lastly, we have the Arrupe students after the guests and the lecturers have taken food. And please, let's be back on time. We may go for lunch. Thank you. Oh, let me give the prayer since I can't see Father around. Let us all pray in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and bless this food that we are about to receive at this moment. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, let's start moving energetically, since we are behind time. DJ, are you forgetting your duty?
Girls, we run this mother. DJ.